Good morning, councillors. Good morning to those joining us in the digital gallery for the resumption of the adjourned special meeting of the 3rd of February 2022. Before we proceed with where we were at in the agenda, councillors, I'd firstly propose a procedural motion that allows us to, under these exceptional circumstances, using the additional capacity available because a number of senior officers aren't participating in this special meeting, allows us the capacity to have 3 visitors under an exceptional circumstances provision. And as now on screen for your councillors, I propose that under clause 27 of the Standing Orders Procedure, as per CMO 3.01 PR.01, Council approve of the attendance of Bronwyn Blagov, Executive Director, and Rebecca McAnallen, Principal Region Advisor, Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, and Tim Fines-Clinton, Solicitor and Executive Partner from King & Company Solicitors, at today's reconvened special meeting in the capacity as observers. I move that. Does anyone, I think we all know why. Does anyone wish to speak against that? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? So, Councillor McConnell.
I think that's a excellent motion, procedural motion that you've used there, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. I don't need to speak any further. Those in favour? Thank you, councillors, and welcome to our guests. Now, unfortunately, to those in the digital gallery, I am now going to move to adjourn the reconvened special meeting till 11:30, as there are matters not inside the scope of the special meeting that council needs to continue to pay some urgent attention to. And so I'm now going to adjourn the meeting at whichever timepiece says, which is 10:03 on my computer, and adjourn until 11:30. Whatever time the timekeeper has, I'll accept. Thank you, and we'll be back on air at 11:30. Sorry. Thank you. We're on air. Welcome back to the digital gallery. I note the attendance of all councillors, and as per the prior procedural motion, we have three guests in attendance as observers. We are accompanied at present by Caroline McMahon, GM, People and Strategy, as acting CEO, and Principal Specialist Governance will rejoin us momentarily. When we adjourned the special meeting of the 3rd of February, we were at the point in the agenda of having tabled under section 4 three potential declaration of three potential conflicts of interest that were under at the point of responses from non-conflicted councillors when the meeting was adjourned for purposes of gathering some legal advice. That has been dealt with, and we're now at that point to resume the meeting. So, councillors, I just summarise, that's where I believe we're at. That's where we had paused. Sorry, Councillor McConnell, did you wish to speak?
Do we get to respond to the allegation before the questions or after?
Sorry, Councillor, what was that?
Do we get to respond first to the declaration,
So the process, after? Remember, yeah. Councillor, the process was that you asked for the clarity of the three.
Yeah.
And then each person in turn was working through the process of responding, and then for non-conflicted councillors to ask questions with that person, then we would move to the next, would be the process for each to respond separately so as not to confuse the matter. Is that clarified enough?
If you can just clarify, can we ask you a question? The conflicted councillor?
You can, when it's your conflict under consideration, if you need further clarity to the declaration.
Okay, thank you.
That's
point of order, Mr Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Swan.
Just before this meeting resumes, I'd like to make a declaration in relation to a conflict of interest for consideration of the council.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, after 3.5 hours of discussion, I'm of the view that I may have a conflict of interest in relation to the matters on the agenda. It relates to an action under the Human Rights Commission that I commenced with the CEO. However, that matter has been withdrawn, and I believe Council has received advice that that matter has been completely withdrawn and that there are presently no outstanding matters in relation to any actions taken against the CEO by myself. I therefore make the declaration and request that Council consider whether I have a conflict of interest in the matter, and specifically whether I can remain in the meeting to discuss the issue and vote on the matter in the public interest.
Thank you, Councillor. So just for clarity, you've now presented a declaration of a conflict of interest. I'm just working this through, given what happened in the preceding part of this meeting. Councillors, I will, because that matter I'll make a reciprocal declaration concerning Councillor Swamborough's now declared conflict of interest, that in that matter, I was another named respondent in the matter that now has been withdrawn without finding, and that because I was named, as councillors have previously determined, I had a declarable conflict of interest. However, as the matter no longer exists, I also ask that the meeting properly consider the reasonableness of me continuing to participate in the consideration of Councillor Swamborough's conflict. I hand over to you, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, we, in view of what has happened in previous meetings, we need to make a determination on the eligibility of the Mayor to participate in this conflict of interest. So I'm asking for input from the councillors. Yes, would you like, is there any further clarifications or questions regarding the statement? Through the...
It's got to be on me first, councillor, because otherwise, point of order, Chair, I believe you've got to consider mine.
Yes.
Point of order, Chair, just councillor, the suggestion from in the background there was to consider Councillor Swamborough's before you consider mine. I don't believe that fits with the proper sequence.
That wasn't certainly the intention.
Thank you. I just seek that clarity.
Yes, thank you. That was about addressing the opportunity for the Mayor to participate. So, Mayor, would you like to add any further context?
I would only add the observations, and I haven't got them quite verbatim in for me because I haven't had time to prepare for this. However, as I declared on the 12th of January, in relation to the matters that were that saw me named in that matter, I have at all times acted in accordance with the proper principles of local government, with the proper responsibility of my role, and to seek to ensure the proper carriage of the reputation and interests of council, and that includes in the matters that were the basis of that former matter.
Councillors, are there any questions to the Mayor? Appears not. So I think we need to form a resolution on this item. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Acting Chair, I believe given that this subject is just has only recently been put to bed, let's say, or the 28 days of this. I believe it's very current, even though not current today, but current as up until earlier this week, I think it was. So I believe there is a conflict there, and the mayor shouldn't be involved in the voting of Councillor Swanborough.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Mayor.
Point of order, Chair. I believe there are two separate steps to consider. So just to clarify, I've declared the conflict, and councillor, I believe the process is where the councillors confirm that that exists is step one, would be my understanding as a point of order, Chair, and then secondly, how to deal with that. Thank you.
So we would need to determine whether the mayor has a conflict of interest into the item that has been outlined, that has now been withdrawn. In that process, Mayor, I will ask if the conflicted councillor, yourself, if you believe that you have a conflict of interest.
Councillor, I've already tabled it. I believe the matter is firstly for councillors to affirm or otherwise that, which I believe was the first part of what Councillor McGuinness said, and then there is a separate step to consider how that might be dealt with.
So for the non-conflicted councillors, and I will determine who the non-conflicted councillors are, and that would be Councillor West, Councillor McConnell, Councillor McGuinness, Councillor Chalk, and myself. So the councillors, we need to determine whether the mayor has a conflict of interest.
Sorry, if I just may interject, Deputy Mayor, I think the Mayor has determined that he has a declarable conflict of interest. He's identified that. So the next step is to determine how that issue is treated and under what conditions. So is the Mayor able to participate in discussion on that matter? Is the Mayor able to vote on that matter?
Okay, so can I ask for an adjournment? Just adjourning for the moment. Okay. For the attention of the gallery, I'm just adjourning the meeting. The recording will be stopped and we'll reconvene shortly by 12 o'clock, if that. In 10 minutes. Welcome back, councillors, and to the gallery. Thank you for that opportunity just to seek some clarification. Councillors, we need to move through the declaration, declared conflict of interest that the Mayor has outlined, and we need to determine on the actions or conditions of the Mayor in this item. And I just would like to read some of the things for us to consider out of our standing orders in regarding to when deciding whether a councillor may participate in decision making on a matter in which they have a declarable conflict of interest. The other councillors should consider the circumstances of the matter, including but not limited to how does the inclusion of the councillor in the deliberation affect the public trust? How close or remote is the councillor's relationship to the related party? If the declarable conflict of interest relates to a gift or a benefit, how long ago was the gift or benefit received? Will the benefit or detriment which the subject councillor or their related party stands to receive from the decision have a major or minor impact on them? How does the benefit or detriment the subject councillor stand to receive compared to others in the community? How does this compare to similar matters that council have decided and have other councillors with the same or similar interest decided to leave the meeting? And whether the subject councillor has unique skills, knowledge or expertise that might help make the best decision in the public interest. So, councillors, I think in view of those points that are in our standing orders, we need to just consider, given what we are aware of, what has transposed with the information that we've received as to the eligibility and the conditions of which the Mayor remains in this meeting for this declaration. Are there any questions that you would like to clarify some items of interest? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just a quick one. It talks about previous decisions. The previous decision we made with the Mayor was that he had to leave the room and not vote, or was he allowed to stay and not vote?
When are you referring to?
The precedents, the last conflict of interest in this matter. I think it was stay in the room but not vote.
Is that 12 January you're talking?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, can you remember?
Could we find out?
No, my comment is no, but if the decision is not to participate, I'm happy to step out for that consideration, which makes it quite easier.
I think that makes it easy. I think we can move straight to a resolution. Can I move a resolution?
You can move a resolution if you...
Can I move a resolution that the Mayor does have a declarable conflict of interest? No?
The Mayor's already acknowledged it.
Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, no, but don't we have a preamble, or we just say the Mayor has to leave the room? That's not a resolution.
That's the conditions. Keep going.
Yeah,
Yep.
so the condition is that the Mayor must leave the room and not participate or vote in the matter. Yeah.
Point of clarification, please, Chair. Just can we have more specificity in what that matter is, so that there's clarity about
What item it's referring
what
to?
it relates to? I just would ask for that clarity in this wording.
With the
That's
mover, with
what
the
I
permission
was
of
getting
the-
to,
Yep,
that he
okay.
does have declarable interest in the the declarable conflict of interest in Councillor Swanborough. And, hang on, and
Point of
yep.
order, please, Chair. Perhaps could I suggest that that's in considering the declarable
Okay.
conflict
Happy
of
with those
interest.
wordings, Councillor McConnell?
That the Mayor does have the declared conflict of interest in considering the declarable conflict of interest in Councillor Swanborough, and leave the room, not participate or vote in the matter. In discussion or vote on the matter.
So, Councillor McConnell, are you happy with the wording?
Happy, I'll just read it out. Oh, wait. In acknowledging the Mayor's declared conflict of interest in considering the declarable conflict of interest of Councillor Derek Swanborough, that the Mayor should leave the room and not participate in discussion or vote on the matter.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McGuinness. Any questions regarding this resolution? Councillor McConnell, would you like to speak to this resolution? Seconded. Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, I think this is consistent what we've done previously, I think on the 12th of January, and is in good governance. Thank you.
Are there any speakers against this motion? Are there additional speakers for this motion? Are there any additional speakers? Okay. I will speak. I don't believe this is an appropriate way to handle this declared conflict of interest. I think, yes, through being named in a legal case, that put the Mayor in an awkward position. But I think now that that has been withdrawn, as advised by Councillor Swanborough, that the opportunity for the Mayor to participate, that he should be allowed to vote. Are there no other speakers? I'll now put the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. Division called for councillors 2, 5 and 6. Those against, councillors 3 and 4. So now we'll return to the declared conflict of interest of Councillor Swanborough. And Councillor Swanborough has made that declaration. Are there any questions of Councillor Swanborough? And we might just, for the sake of reviewing that, just highlight on the screen. So are there any questions of Councillor Swanborough? Any clarification required? Yes, Councillor West.
Councillor Swanborough, I just wonder if you might clarify. I know the matter has been withdrawn now, but back at the meeting on the 9th of November, I don't believe that matter was declared, and you would have known about it then. Is that right?
Thank you for the question. Look, the issue here was contentious and a bit of a grey area. We've discussed it for 3.5 hours this morning, and I'm listening to the advice that we've received from our legal advisor and the department, and it's in my interests, in the council's interest, I think, that I make this declaration. I didn't do it in the past because I honestly didn't believe that it was possible for me to make it, or that I had one, and that was a genuine belief. And on 2 occasions, sure, council, considering all the facts, made the decision that I didn't have that declarable interest, which I thought was reasonable, given the information that was considered at the time. However, now that to clear up any doubts about this is why I'm making this declaration, and I'm leaving it to the non-conflicted councillors to make that decision. And I'm seeking, in the public interest, to stay in the meeting, and I'm happy to and to vote on the matter, and I'm more than happy to answer any further questions in relation to this.
Are there any further questions? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, Councillor Swanborough, part of the definition of a declarable conflict of interest, I'll just read it out to those at home. Subject to section 150 EO, a councillor has a declarable conflict of interest in a matter if the councillor has or could reasonably presume to have a conflict between the councillor's personal interests or the personal interests of a related party and the public interest. In regards to the first part, do you have any related parties that have personal interests in this?
The answer to that question is no. I struggle with the definition of personal, because I don't believe that any of the
after that. This is only about related parties.
Oh, no related parties.
Okay.
You want to go through them? Okay, no related parties.
In
No.
relation to the first part, a conflict between the councillor's personal interests, can you enlighten us on the personal interests that you're declaring?
There are no personal interests that I'm aware of that I can declare. Except I've been advised that the mere fact that I had a complaint against, I had a human rights complaint against a number of parties, that it's been advised to me that that could trigger an interest, and that's why I've declared it.
Councillor McConnell, I'll just acknowledge that Councillor Swanborough has already declared that he has a declarable conflict of interest. So just in framing your questions, just consider that.
Thank you. And the last part deals with and the public interest. So how would your declarable conflict of interest relate to the public interest, and would that be counter against the public interest?
No, thank you for that question. The answer is that I believe it is definitely in the public interest that I be allowed to consider the item of business on the agenda today, and for a number of reasons. And I think the first reason is that the complaints that I made in relation to the CEO were not personal. They related to the CEO's and council's performance. The first one was an ombudsman's complaint made in July 2000 to the Department of Local Government. The second one was probably 6 months later. It was in relation to confidential briefings, and I sought to have that addressed. So that was a complaint to the Ombudsman. The last complaint that I ever made was nothing to do with my personal interest, or was seeking any gain from it. It was in relation to perceived retaliation for making those original complaints. So All those matters now have been concluded and wound up, and so I don't believe that I have any further interest in those matters, nor does anybody else in the council.
Can you just confirm they have been concluded or wound up? You withdrew the human rights complaint?
Yes, I withdrew the human rights complaint because I felt that it was interfering with the process of council decision making, and I could see that it was going nowhere. And I had to weigh it up, you know, what was the best thing to do. I believe it was in the public interest for me to withdraw that complaint.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh, okay.
Questions or comments? Sorry, I believe it's questions still.
Yes, it is questions at the moment, but we'll move through that. Councillors, in considering the conditions for Councillor Swanborough to be in the room, I would like to refer to the local government handout. Has everyone got one of these? So in the handout on page 1, it relates to the declarable conflict of interest. And in defining related parties, the third dot point refers to any other person you have a close personal relationship with. Have you been able to find that on the third dot point on that column? Now, if you please turn over to page 2 of the handout. The section frequently asked questions. And the first question is, what is a close personal relationship? And there are a number of examples of close personal relationships. And if you go to the second last dot point down the page, the document quotes, if you have had ongoing or past legal disputes with the person or other personal reasons for strongly disliking them. So that is to define what is a close personal relationship, which then councillors, you will be aware of the recent legal action, albeit has been withdrawn. Councillors, I would like you to refer to our confidential document on the hub, if I can, please. So in the special meeting agenda, and due to the confidentiality of that, I won't provide details, but I would like to direct you to certain aspects of that document. So could I refer you to the confidential report and bring to your attention pages 8 and 9. You will note item 10, which lists 5 dot points outlining many examples of allegations made by Councillor Swanborough against the CEO, going back over some 16 months.
Just a point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Chairperson, you understand that this is information that's confidential to the local government and you're about to disclose it?
I'm being very careful not to disclose that, correct. Yep, thank you for the clarification. So without disclosing the details, I'll bring you to the dot point, page 8. On page 8, item 10, the first dot point. And you're welcome to read some of those details there. I'm sure that you have already. And if you go through each of those dot points that are there, you will note that there are certain allegations made, which to me are not about CEO performance. They are more of a personal grievance against the CEO. If you turn the page onto page 9, you will see another series of dot points there which outline many of the items that have been listed in the claim, which are serious allegations of what I consider Councillor Swanborough's...
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
Spurious accusations, is this your definition, or spurious accusations?
No, I didn't say spurious, sorry. Serious? Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillors, may I quote Councillor Swanborough in a publicly stated response to the declaration of conflict of interest by members during the ordinary meeting of the 7th of September. My philosophy, and I quote Councillor Swanborough, my philosophy in being a councillor, that is, I play the issue. I never play the man. And I think it would be a wrong assumption too, just because someone might take something personal. Never my intention to be personal. It's only my intention to debate issues and to reflect on decisions made. Councillors, these allegations that are outlined in our confidential report are not about debating the issues, as Councillor Swanborough would have us believe. These are all about playing the man, attacking the CEO, as it relates to Councillor Swanborough's personal situation. Can I also draw you to page 10? Item 18, the latter section of item 18. And this is of the legal advice. And which supports this view. Councillors, as you're aware, this legal action has been recently withdrawn. However, the withdrawal doesn't alter the inference that the complainant, Councillor Swanborough, has a significant grievance with the CEO, which is shown through the lodgement of the complaint, the nature of the allegations, and the subsequent legal action. The evidence is clearly provided and in line with the department's managing conflicts of interest handout, and as Councillor Swanborough has declared a conflict of interest. Councillors, I think we really need to be, it's critical that we understand what this is about and what it is not about. This is about managing conflicts of interests. It's about transparency, accountability and integrity. It's about good governance and ensuring proper process is followed. It is not about the reappointment of the CEO. It's about readdressing failure to appropriately manage a declarable conflict of interest. So, councillors, are there any further questions, clarifications?
I need to respond to that, surely, Mr. Acting Chairman.
No, as a conflicted council, you're not entitled to respond. So, are there any other questions that or comments?
Sorry, if I can just confirm, were you asking questions or were you just making a summary? I thought we were in questions. So I believe you were asking Councillor Swanborough a question, but obviously you were making a statement about what the resolution was going to be.
I will make
So is there a question for Councillor Swanborough?
I can ask a question, yes. Councillor Swanborough, can you dispute any of these facts or deny the details outlined in the confidential report?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I can dispute all of those reports, and it's very easy to point the finger at partial information. If it's necessary, I'm more than happy to be open and transparent and table all of those complaints that have been made. I've been advised by both the Ombudsman's Office, the Human Rights Commission, that is now my personal information. I've also been advised by the solicitors today in the room that there is no requirement for confidentiality for those issues now that they've been resolved. And if the public need the full information in relation to my actions, which weren't personal actions, they were actions, as I said previously, that were merely about trying to change the governance of this organisation in relation to confidential briefings and meetings. 3,000 people in the Scenic Rim signed a petition saying stop the rot at Scenic Rim in support of the notion that they weren't happy and the media weren't happy with the way that was progressing. That was the first complaint to the Department of Local Government in July 2020. I've been on a process. That complaint to the department was referred to the CCC, it was referred to the OIA, and it was referred to the Ombudsman's Office by them, by Warwick Agnew, the former director. He then suggested that I should make a complaint to the Ombudsman's Office about this matter, and I spent 100 hours preparing that information to give to the Ombudsman's Office, which I'm more than happy now to make public to everybody so that they can see what it is. But I spent all that time, and it was considered over a 6-month period by the Ombudsman's Office and only recently withdrawn with no finding whatsoever. And if need be, I've got the letter from the Ombudsman's Office, and I'm more than happy to table that letter as well if it becomes necessary. But yeah, when looking at your accusations, if you have ongoing or past legal disputes with a person, I have, and I've disclosed them today, and that's fine. Is it in the public interest? Do I have any reason for strongly disliking him? I don't dislike anybody, quite frankly, in my whole life. I don't take personal grudges against anybody, and certainly I've worked with CEOs all my life. And I think it's in the public interest that I can be the judge of a CEO who's performing well or a CEO who's not performing well. Having been a CEO in 3 different councils myself in an acting capacity over 40 years that I've spent in local government, I think I bring to the table what my constituents believe that I should be doing, and that is providing the best CEO that can take this council forward into the future in relation to this matter. So, did I take this action? I took this action to protect myself from actions that I consider to be retaliation, and I have a right to do that under law. Does it make me have a personal dislike of the man? Absolutely not. CEO, did I say? CEO. Oh, did I say Mayor? CEO, I meant. So, look, yeah, it is quite spurious and wrong to think that, you know, a person who's worked in local government all their life, who's worked with more CEOs than any person in this room, and maybe maybe any other councillor in local government cannot make a decision in relation to the performance of a CEO. It just doesn't add up. No dislike whatsoever. I don't believe I have any personal reasons whatsoever to dislike the CEO. And that's why I'm asking council to allow me to stay in the room and use my expertise in the public interest, to decide this matter on behalf of all constituents in the Scenic Room Council.
Thank you, Councillor Swanborough. Are there any other comments, questions?
Questions or comments?
Comments.
Councillor Swanborough, I was just wondering if it's in the public interest and certainly following the principles of local government. I don't believe that back in November when we discussed the matter of the CEO's contract and we all voted on conflicts, but there was a conflict that you failed to declare, which you knew about then, but the rest of us didn't, but we then became aware of it, and that's the one we've just been talking about, I guess. And that's my concern, that that was not declared at the time.
Well, there is a process to go through if you want to follow that process, and I'm more than happy and encourage you to do that. But I have genuinely believed, and the council around this room, including yourself, voted that I didn't have a conflict of interest at one point in time. I think it was the first round of meetings. And I explained the reasons for the fact that I didn't believe that I have a conflict of interest. We've just spent 3.5 hours with our legal advisors saying that in the event that you did have a prior legal action, which was my human rights complaint, then it's, even though that is now completely terminated, there is no conflict anymore in relation to that matter, but because it's actually close to the time when that was finished, they're saying it'd be better to actually make this declaration and then let the councillors decide around this room whether or not that conflict exists or not. So yes, that's the position we're in at the moment.
Councillor Swanborough, I don't want to argue on about this, but I do just want to mention that, yes, I did agree that you didn't have any conflicts then, but there was one that was omitted, and had I known about that, I may have voted differently. That's what I was getting at.
Are there any more questions or comments? Councillors, we need to move to the conditions of which Councillor Swanborough.
Do we go into discussion? Questions and discussion?
Discussion, yes. Discussion.
Yeah.
That's what I asked for. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so if I can just ask the other councillors, in the Office of Independent Assessor, which is under the Queensland Integrity Commissioner, there's a guide in there for personal interest and official responsibility, a guide to councillors in regards to conflicts of interest. And I'll just read out, what's the heading on this one? Management by the remaining, i.e. non-conflicted councillors. So, in deciding whether the conflict of interest could lead to a decision that is contrary to the public interest, councils might find the following questions and non-exhaustive list of factors useful. And I'll just skip down to 2. C is, would the exclusion of the councillor be perceived as being undemocratic in that they are prevented from representing their community on a particular topic of significance to their community? Considering and taking aside Councillor Swanborough's position, would the exclusion of a councillor in regards to probably the most significant decision we have to make in council, which is the employment of the CEO, does anyone here believe that it would be perceived as being undemocratic if we were to remove a councillor purely because they made a complaint against the CEO?
That's a question for
Or everyone. Do you want me to go ask
non-conflicted
around?
councillors.
Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Councillor McConnell, and I'd written down basically the same words. The selection and the debating of who should be a CEO is the biggest decision this council makes and any board basically makes. And I think it behaves, unless there's extraordinary circumstances, for not all to be present when that decision is made.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I believe it's a fundamental task of councillors to elect, appoint a CEO or reappoint. It's in the best interest of all our communities, all our 6 divisions, that all councillors are present. It would need to be a very extraordinary circumstance for that to change. I think that the fact that this matter has been withdrawn and it was only minor in nature of my belief, that you know, I think it is in the best interest of the community that you know, Division 1 is represented. So,
can I just bring the chamber back to the discussion? We're not talking about reappointment of a new CEO. We're not talking about selection of a new CEO. We're talking about the process that following now what is declared a declarable conflict of interest in the decision of the current CEO's contract. That's
Correct.
entirely indifferent
No.
to what you're proposing about.
No, I'm just asking, considering Councillor Swanborough has declared a conflict of interest in this matter, and the matter is the repealing of the CEO, or repealing of a motion to repeal
Repealing the
the
reappointment.
ninth, so it goes back to the CEO's contract. My question is, would the exclusion of the councillor be perceived as being undemocratic in that they are prevented from representing their community? And that's all I'm asking. Now, it could be any decision. It could be any of us in here. Would it be perceived as being undemocratic to remove a councillor for such a significant topic, is what I'm asking.
Can I suggest that that is a hypothetical and that the reasons we do have the legislation in place when there is a conflict of interest, that needs to be discussed and decided by council on that issue, and should it be decided that a councillor has a conflict of interest, then for that item that's being discussed, then it's quite likely that a councillor would be excluded from that discussion. That is, I guess, the democracy of the process that we're following. We've had certain examples where Councillor McGuinness has stepped aside from a declared conflict of interest. The Mayor has done the same thing. So, I mean, that is the process that we are following in our legislation and our standing orders.
And that's what I'm saying. This is actually out of the Office of Independent Assessor and is also the Queensland Integrity Commission. There's a slightly different worded, but they're asking here, would the exclusion be perceived as being undemocratic? And I'm just asking the question. So we're in discussion now. So I'm just discussing the issue, and the issue is Councillor Swanborough has declared the conflict of interest. Yeah. Would it be seen as undemocratic if he was prevented from representing his community? That's all I'm asking.
Councillor West, would you like to respond?
Look, I just believe that's a hypothetical question. Right at the moment, we're looking at repealing, which item 6.1, and I believe that the process whereby we went about the CEO's, sorry, where just let me hear it. Yes, the CEO's, hang on a sec, sorry, I'll just go back to that item anyway, but we didn't go about the right process with it, and that's what I've been saying. We didn't follow the legislation that we should have. And that's my concern about that. That's why we're re-looking at this.
Considering Councillor Swanborough has already declared he's got it, so we're not discussing whether he has or has not the declarable interest. He has already declared it. So what I'm asking, and I'll go to number D, see if we make it easier. Would the councillor's inclusion in the discussion or decision be detrimental to maintaining public trust in the local government? That's another consideration. So they're the sort of things that we need to think about before we move and make a decision. And each councillor needs to, because they'll be held accountable by our ratepayers. Would the inclusion of the councillor be perceived as being undemocratic in that they are prevented from representing their community on a particular topic of significance? And this one is the biggest significance. Would the councillor's inclusion be detrimental to maintaining trust? So they're the sort of things we need to have a look at.
Councillors, any other input? Any other discussions? So then,
can I move a resolution then?
If we're ready to do so.
Move a resolution that Councillor Swanborough does have a declarable conflict of interest in the reappointment of the CEO.
You need to be considering the item. No, it's not that. It's
Is it item 5.1?
Item 5.
Yeah.
No, it's item 6.1.
6.1.
Item 6.1.
Okay.
Well, it's not
In
reappointed.
item 6.1.
This contract.
However, can I use however? No.
Does have a declarable interest? Yes.
Yeah, take out however, but can remain in the meeting and participate in discussion and vote on the matter. Can I say this? Oh, hang on a sec. Wait.
Sorry, Councillor McCollum, just some wordsmithing. The fact that Councillor Swanborough declared that, does Council acknowledge?
Acknowledge, sorry.
Yeah.
Council, yeah.
Sorry, just to add some clarity, the decision on the table in item 6.1 is the decision to repeal a decision made on the instance where the conflict wasn't declared.
Yes.
So just to be very clear, that's the item that you're voting on. It's not about
Correct.
That you're voting on the CEO's contract renewal. Yep. It's just about the repeal of the decision made because the conflict wasn't declared on that occasion.
So the motion at the moment is that acknowledging Councillor Swanborough's declared conflict of interest in 6.1, Councillor Swanborough can remain in the meeting and participate in discussion and vote on the matter. Do we need to put in a reason, or is that enough?
No, it's just the conditions. Okay, can I just ask if we have sufficient detail in defining 6.1.
Oh, is that enough? Yeah, I'll move that one.
Just waiting for this to be actioned. So we have a motion on the table. I would. Are there any questions or clarifications of this motion? Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Chalk. Councillor McConnell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, sorry, yes, I would like to speak to the motion. This has been a long drawn out process. There have been a lot of discussion, at least today, and clarification, and thankfully we had some expert help here to go through the grey areas. I think, as I've discussed, in the best interest of the community and the democratic process, I think the inclusion of Councillor Swanborough in the discussion and vote on this matter is critical to ensuring that we maintain the public trust in the council. And this will definitely go a long way to bringing that about. Thank you.
There are speakers against the motion.
I'm already on.
Councillor West.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I can't support this motion, and given the fact that this was a very, I realise that there's been an allegation, a submission which has now been withdrawn, but at the time it was definitely there and it was very serious, and I just don't believe that Councillor Swanborough can be impartial in making decisions on this matter, and I believe that he shouldn't be in the room or participate in the discussion. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Are there other speakers for the motion? Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Acting Chair, I think it's the right thing to do to have Councillor Swanborough on such an important issue here in the room to do it. We're all well aware of what's gone on in the last number of weeks, and I think the sooner we can get this moving and put to bed, the better it will be for the organisation and the public all around. So I think it's time we move forward on this.
Are there any other speakers? I will speak. I'll speak against this motion. While I'm pleased that Councillor Swanborough eventually made a declared conflict of interest, I believe that the timing was inappropriate. It should have been raised a lot earlier, and that had this information that we now have received been provided back when it should have been, then a different decision may have been made, and this whole process could have been dealt in a more appropriate way. And I just refer to a quote about participation in the public interest. Remember, the test is not whether the councillor is an honest and impartial person, but whether a reasonable and fair-minded person in the community could lose trust that the decision was made in their best interests. Councillors, we have seen a considerable amount of detail that's been provided. I don't believe that the process was followed correctly, and I don't believe that this is the right outcome from this process. However, we will put the... I did ask for further speakers. I did tell that and no one else spoke. I did ask for any other speakers.
Sorry, but The process is the for, against, for, against, and then you ask for additional speakers.
Yes, I know the process, and I did ask.
No, but then you spoke against.
Because there were no other speakers.
No, but that's not the process. The process is...
I asked if there was any other speakers, and there was no other speakers, so then I spoke.
But you were out of sequence, is what I'm saying.
Sorry about the sequence, but what I'm saying is that I did ask for any other speakers, and I'll ask again if anyone else would like to speak. Okay, no other speakers. So I will now put the...
No, I'm entitled to closing comments, am I not?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry. Yes, you are.
Thank you. I'd like to close by saying this isn't about any process that was followed or not followed by Councillor Swanborough. This is about the issue of maintaining democratic process and the public interest. The allegations that were made by Councillor Swanborough were, in my belief, minor, and I don't believe Councillor Swanborough has a bias or as was pointed out, I think it says a strong disliking. I don't believe he has that for the CEO, and I believe that Councillor Swanborough, with his many years of experience in local government, can rise above any allegations of bias that he may have, and definitely vote in the best interests of the Scenic Room community. Thank you.
I'll now put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Division called. Councillors 4, Councillors 2, 5 and 6. Those against? Councillors 3 and 4. Motion is carried. Mayor, I would like to advise you of the outcome of that motion, and that's that acknowledging Councillor Swanborough's declared conflict of interest in item 6.1, Councillor Swanborough can remain in the room, in the meeting, and participate in discussion and vote on the matter, and that was carried 3-2.
Right, which matter, Councillor?
Item 6.1.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to resume the chair. Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
I just seek some administrative advice. Okay. Councillors, we still have 3 potential conflicts resting on the table to consider. I propose we adjourn for 20 minutes, grab some brief refreshments. That means we'll be returning at approximately 1:10 to continue with the business of the meeting. We adjourn, please. Thank you. Thank you, councillors, and officers and visitors and the digital gallery. We resume the meeting at 1:10 and we now turn our attention to where we actually adjourned on the 3rd, but also prior to lunch, and that is to now turn our attention to the 3 potential conflicts resting on the table. And we were working through these in tabled order, and for non-conflicted councillors to consider the matters pertaining to Councillor Chalk, who had addressed some of the comments raised and was proceeding to respond to the latter matters. And councillor, are there any further responses you wish to provide to the matters in the declaration?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to ask a question first, maybe for your governance. I've got a list of probably about 4 different conflicts that I've been accused of here, and yet other councillors have been told they've got conflicts of interest in my matter. Not all matters that I've been accused of would constitute that. So, do we need to break these down further so that we can do them one by one, or is it just a holistic view of a list of conflicts?
I'm happy to take some guidance. I'm not quite sure of the question. If the question is how to firstly deal with the matters tabled pertaining to your circumstance, we had started to deal through that on an element by element basis. That's what we had previously done, but I'm happy if there's any additional guidance.
I can just add further explanation. I've got my first accusation is that I made comments in the paper. There's no councillor in the room that would be conflicted in that matter to consider that. So by throwing that in with other, it's just muddies the water.
So, councillor, I believe you you have provided some information in response to that, which non-conflicted councillors have noted and will consider when it comes time for considering those elements. And as I recall, the summary was that you'd provide comments in a different context and were misrepresented in how they were associated with the CEOs. And I believe, is that a potted version of what you gave in response to that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can run through it again if you like to refresh everyone's memory.
Unless somebody needs that re-clarification, I think the other councillors, non-conflicted councillors, understood that component.
Essentially, the complaint here suggests that I made the decision on a flawed basis because I didn't understand the proper process of council by statements that I made in the paper. Look, in a nutshell, I was misquoted. I was asked questions about meeting structures, which as I answered in that context. I was asked questions about the CEO, and I answered directly in response to that. What came out in the paper was a mixture of all comments out of context with no background, which made it seem as though I was speaking negatively and holding the CEO responsible for those few elements, which I certainly wasn't. I'm well aware of my responsibilities as a councillor. I know that these decisions rest on my shoulders, and my defence to the OIA around this complaint also, which I lodged a while ago, can't quite remember. I detailed all this in there, that I knew quite well that it was my decision, my responsibility to set meeting structures in council, and that there is no way that I could contribute that to the CEO because it is not his responsibility. So that would add further clarity to that.
Thank you. I think that reiterates what you said last time and confirms, yes, the characterisation of your comments in the paper misrepresented your position. I think that's noted, and we'll deal with that at some point, unless there are other questions on that from non-conflicted councillors. Otherwise, we move forward to the other matters that were tabled. Councillor, do you have any further comments in relation to those to explain or provide enlightenment to your perspective on those?
Yeah, I'll make the statement that I, at no stage, was involved in preparing the letter to the Minister. The sentence on the request for a special meeting was quite ambiguous, and I can admit that now, but I had zero involvement in drafting the letter or sending the letter. I was only informed verbally that a letter would be sent, and I didn't see it or have any involvement in that.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions from non-conflicted councillors around to that before we continue on? Councillor West.
I just wondered, is there a copy of that letter anywhere? Because I haven't seen any of that apparent letter.
I think there would be somewhere, I'm not sure. I've never read it. It might be in the emails or something.
Councillor, can I clarify that in the correspondence that was presented to the CEO, which I think sits as an attachment, a confidential attachment in this agenda as a separate page, there were a number of components on there. The special meeting request, which I think everyone recognises was acknowledged, and then there were two other components. Did you sign, was that your signature properly affixed?
Yeah, it was, Mr. Mayor. As I explained before, the words on there are quite ambiguous and can be seen as I was involved in the drafting of the letter, but I can categorically state right now that I was not. I didn't send the letter. I didn't write the letter. I didn't have anything to do with the letter. My only involvement was that I was told that the matter was withdrawn and the person was going to send a letter to the Minister.
So, Councillor, do you consider that signing a letter which has official weight as a record of council, endorsing something that you're now saying you had no involvement with, could put you in a precarious situation?
Hindsight's wonderful. I can see that now with these accusations against me. So, but I can only stress that I had no involvement. That's the truth behind the matter. So, whether a statement is implied or not, the truth is that I didn't send or have anything to do with the letter.
Thank you, Councillor.
Could I just confirm?
Councillor Enright?
Did you see the letter?
I have never read it. I think it might have been sent in an email, post, all of that a few days after, but I never opened it or read it.
Councillor, there were a few other matters there about, also in that correspondence, that your signatures attached to, was a specific statement that was confirmed, advising the Minister that conflicts of interest no longer existed for any councillors. Can you clarify on what basis that statement was made, and perhaps on what authority? It
was my personal opinion that once the matter was withdrawn, once I heard the matter was withdrawn, that any potential conflicts would also be null and void, and then we could proceed further with that. So I made a personal decision around that item.
So, again, Councillor, I'm still not sure that answers my question, but I accept that that's your response. And moving forward, it is, again, my understanding that subsequent to the request for special meeting that was properly considered and forwarded and signed, noting some other comments in there, that there was a subsequent exchange of correspondence that provided clarity that the matter being withdrawn didn't actually, should not be relied upon until the 28 days clearance, because it could be re-affected at any time. And my understanding is that was communicated to the requesting councillors with legal advice to that effect, and the response on behalf of the 4 councillors, which includes yourself, was to continue to proceed at a time where it was known that it would be not to the advantage of council. Could you clarify your perspective on that?
Oh, this has been a long drawn out affair, and I just thought it was in the best interest for the community to have this item tabled and concluded, and whether we had to wait for notification after the 28-day period would have been decided at the meeting, but it was just, I thought it'd be best just to keep proceeding.
Are there other questions? Councillor, any other questions, any other comments, Councillor Chalk, on relation to those aspects?
Yeah, I think my comment would be that my involvement in this was to call for a special meeting. I believe it was the right thing to do. The circumstances around, there is some muddy in the waters, but my intentions were just to call a special meeting and proceed. My comments in the paper are quite self-explanatory. I thought I was quite misquoted, and that's unfortunate, but you know, my chance to set the record straight, I've done that today. And also the accusation that I had endorsed or sent a letter and was involved in a non-proper process, I can see that it can be taken from that statement, and in hindsight it should have been done differently, but I've made a categorical statement today that sets that straight, I believe, so you know, I think I can leave it there.
Other questions? Councillor Enright, did you wish to ask
if
a
I
question?
may, thanks, Mayor. A question to Councillor Chalk. Councillor Chalk, did you engage with a complainant of a personal matter, which we're well aware who that is now? Yep. Oh, sorry.
Get closer to the microphone again, Councillor.
Did you engage with a complainant of a personal matter, which we obviously know is Councillor Swander now, while being aware of the confidentiality of the matter that related to council?
Are you asking whether I spoke to Councillor Swander about the matter at hand? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's right. And being aware of the confidentiality that we were advised of. Yeah, I think it was the 15th of December when we received the information.
You know, I never spoke to Councillor Swander about his matter. That was his matter. Like I said, I I was informed by Councillor Swanberg that the matter was withdrawn, and that's about the only conversation I had with him about that. Apart from what I had in my own possession was the confidential items that I had read, so I was well understood it, but I never spoke directly to him. No.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I ask just further to that, Councillor, in considering the legal advice that officers provided, the response, as I understand, was on behalf of the 4 councillors to continue to proceed, knowing that the matter, the advice was that the matter should be deemed as being active for a further, at that stage, 14 days or whatever. How did you consider the potential of the appropriateness of all parties being in that conversation when one of them had clearly identified interests that were private and different to those of council?
I don't think I got a grasp of your question there. You might have to dumb it down for me.
Slow it down. Following the request for special meeting correspondence, along with the other declarations that were included there, officers sought clarifying information and provided a correspondence via whatever was the contact point that the 4 councillors had put forward, explaining that the withdrawn matter actually needed to be treated as being legally afoot for 28 days, and therefore that the interests of the complainant in that matter were still alive. In the decision and subsequent correspondence to officers to proceed, and direction to proceed contrary to that advice, I'm wondering whether there was any enlightenment you can give me for your consideration of the other parties in that decision.
I believe that the matter had been withdrawn and it was in the best interest of council. So I guess in hindsight, you could make an argument that we should have waited 28 days, but it was only a few days shy, I think. So we could have done a resolution to cater for that, but look, I think that now that the matter has been with over the 28 days and it's gone, we're dealing with in the past year.
So, sorry, Councillor, we're dealing, just to clarify that last comment, we're dealing with a set of specific circumstances at a specific point in time in the context of the meeting of the 3rd of February. We all acknowledge that a number of matters have moved on since then. That's not what's at question today. It's what's at question is what was occurring at the time, and that's why we're seeking, trying to elucidate any other information from you. Are there other questions from non-conflicted councillors? Councillor Swanberg, you have a question?
Mr Mayor, I just failed to see where you're going with all of this. It doesn't seem to be making too much sense to me. What are you trying to prove? Could you just clarify it for me?
Councillor, the declaration's on the table. I'm just giving the councillor every opportunity to provide an explanation to the matters contained in there before we move to decision process. Councillors had opportunity to respond to questions. Non-conflicted councillors have had the opportunity to ask some questions, so that we keep the sequence before we then move to the determination of aspects of whether or not, firstly, there is an existence of a conflict of interest. Does that help you, councillor? It's quite a clear process.
No, it doesn't, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you, councillor. Just follow along, we'll get there. Anything further, non-conflicted councillors? Questions for Councillor Chalk? If not, we move to the next piece is the consideration of whether a conflict.
Could I just ask a governance question?
Sorry, you want to ask a point of order?
No, just a governance question.
Oh, well, depends, councillor, because I just don't want to interfere with the process, but
Yeah.
proceed. I'll be generous in that.
I'm just wondering that the three councillors have nearly the same conflict or perceived conflict. If I can't vote on Councillor Chalk because you believe I've got a conflict, but when it gets to me, it's perceived that I don't have a conflict, or it's declared I don't have a conflict, is that fair in the process? I'm just asking.
Sorry, councillor, I think we've been through this a few times in the past, and we've been through it again this morning, but I'm happy to see if the GM Council Sustainability has any clarity about what the process is about councillors who share the same potential conflict and how that gets dealt with.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, yeah, we've touched on this a number of times, and I guess following the procedures as stipulated in the standing orders, that if you do have, if the suspicion is that you have the same conflict, then you can't be in the party to determine that conflict, or determine that conflict of each other.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, councillor?
Yes, thank you.
So if there are no other clarifications, councillor Chalk, there's no other comment you wish to add, right?
Yeah, I'll add one last comment. This is in regards to whether I can fairly make a decision in this room. I don't think the allegations that are set up there prove otherwise. They're very technical in nature. They're around an issue that's no longer in existence. I'm sure there might be retribution or not retribution. There might be things come up.
You want to withdraw that, please, councillor?
I think I did, Mr. Mayor. I straight away withdrew it, and I was trying to find the right word. So,
unfortunately, the damage gets done. Please continue.
How? Anyway, what was I saying? There may be actions taken against things that I've done, or I'll face them when they come. But as far as making decisions about this matter, I'm far more capable of doing that, and I don't think this changes anything. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And no other questions. So we move forward, councillors. There's a number of parts in this, so it is complex. As the person who raised the declaration, councillors, I would propose that with regards to the comments concerning and the clarifications about being misrepresented by the media, that in regard to those aspects of the declaration, with regard to comments in the Fascicon Guardian, I'd propose, just to, in the essence of time, that we acknowledge we accept Councillor Chalk's explanation on that in good faith, and that we conclude that there is no substantive declarable conflict in relation to the comments in the Fassifern Guardian. I'm happy to take questions to that before I seek a seconder. Seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Councillors, I think I appreciate the councillor providing the clarity on this matter. Sometimes I have, in this regard, I have great empathy with him. It's a regular occurrence, and I believe his comment the other night was he didn't believe it was a priority to try and get a correction. Unfortunately, we all reach that point that misreporting seems to be an occupational hazard, and I have empathy for that circumstance, and therefore believe this doesn't constitute a conflict. Anyone wishing to speak against of the non-conflicted councillors?
Excuse me, Mayor.
We're just clarifying the pieces. I'm trying to work through the multiple pieces.
Yes, you just need to determine on which item of business you're referring that the conflict.
Sorry, and the declarations, I can clarify that the declarations were made. So we should just clarify. The declarations were made in relation to both items 5.1 and 6.1. So if we go back to the start, with reference to potential conflicts of interest, pertaining to, for Councillor Chalk, pertaining to business matters 5.1 and 6.1. And Councillor Chalk's. So that now reads, with reference to potential conflict of interest for Councillor Chalk pertaining to business matters items 5.1 and 6.1, and Councillor Chalk's statement that he was misrepresented by the media, Mayor proposed that Council accept Councillor Chalk's explanation on that in good faith, and declare that there is no substantive conflict of interest in relation to comments reported in the Fassifern Guardian. Now, this may end up with a series of motions to the different subcomponents. I'm seeking governance guidance here, because we're dealing with a number of sub-elements. Well, we don't know what the outcomes on others might be. So I think I'm going to err on the side of caution, which was the advice this morning, and deal with them as separate subcomponents if I don't get further quick guidance. Just pause for a moment. We're seeking some technical advice. Is there, I'm seeking GM, is there any advice? Do we need to pause for a moment? Again, I've been asked if we can just take a 5-minute adjournment, please, just to get some technical guidance. We are dealing with complex matters, significant to the life of council, to ensure the transparency of our process. And we'll pause for approximately 5 minutes. Adjourn. Welcome back to the gallery. We had some significant complexities to resolve in the background. Councillors, welcome back. I just will clarify for the meeting that pursuant to section 27, I'll just wait till we get this up. The projector slowly warming up. We'll get the specific reference in there. Pursuant to section 27 of Standing Orders Procedure CMO 3.01 PR.01 and following further consideration of matters and advice discussed in confidence with legal and departmental advisors, and in the interest of trying to guide councillors back to proper objective decision making, as the originator of the three section 150EW declarations concerning councillors Marshall Chalk, Jeff McConnell and Duncan McGuinness before council, I withdraw these three declarations at this time. And that, I believe, therefore suspends any further discussion of those matters. In which case, councillors, if there's another concern, we move to any other declarations?
Does that need to be voted upon?
No. No. I move to 5.1. I think GM, I don't know whether there's much introduction needed, but to you. You and the acting CEO are going to introduce it. I'm just looking at the author. I'm happy either.
So, Mr. Mayor, yes, the item 5.1 there today is as a result of one of the items that was requested for the resolution, as it states, is there that the from the meeting of 12th of January 2022, being that the Mayor prepare with the assistance of officers as soon as reasonably practical, communications to the relevant minister to seek guidance as per section 150 EV of the Local Government Act 2009 pertaining to the potential declarable conflicts of interest, and to include discussions with councillors prior to submission of that communication, and that the meeting acknowledged that Councillor Swanborough was not in the room during the majority of the closed session. The consideration was for that resolution to be repealed.
Clarification to the matter and to the ensuing report. Questions for the GM? I will table a question pertaining to this to the GM. GM, in terms of this matter, my understanding was that it related to getting clarity around the interpretation of certain responsibilities and nominations of councillors in relation to a matter. Am I correct that we have now had confirmation that the matter involved has fully expired?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We've received acknowledgement that that matter has formally expired.
Thank you. Further clarifications? If not, we have a recommendation before us, councillors. I seek a mover. Councillor McConnell. Seconder. Actually, any further questions before we do? Any further discussion? Seconder, Councillor West, did I see your hand up? Thank you. Wish to speak, Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, Mayor, it's been a long drawn out process, this one, but I think we've come to the correct process and procedure and decision that will move the council forward. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. I now seek a motion to move into closed session to deal with item 6.1. Councillor West. Seconded, Councillor McInnes. Any discussion to that further, Councillor? Anyone wishing to speak against it? Put the motion. Those in favour? Apologies to the gallery. We will now move into closed session again for the consideration of item 6.1. Thank you. Councillor, I seek a motion. Mover, Councillor West, return to open. Moved Councillor West, seconded Councillor Enright. Those in favour? Councillor, we have one matter before us. We have a recommendation to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, the recommendation is that part one of the council resolution in item 11.1 from the ordinary meeting held on 9 November, in accordance with clause 6.1 of the Chief Executive Officer's employment agreement, Council advised that Chief Executive Officer John Gibbons in writing that Council does not intend to renew his employment agreement and will advertise the position, be repealed, and 2, pursuant to clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, confidentiality be maintained and this report not be released to the public.
Councillors? Moved Councillor Enright. Sorry, it was, Councillor, it was there whilst the officer read it. Just for clarity, it was fully there while the officer read it, just to ensure that the meeting and the gallery are properly informed. It's moved. Any questions noting the confidentiality of the material? Therefore, seek a seconder. Councillor West. Then, Councillor, you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is an appropriate way to progress. I'm grateful that we have this opportunity to right a wrong, and I trust that we are able to agree that we must always ensure transparency, accountability and integrity are maintained in this chamber. I think it's important. We've had a long day discussing many items, but I think when we consider the local government principles, there are 3 of the 5 items that apply to the discussion we've had today, and that's about transparent and effective process and decision making in the public interest, good governance of and by the local government, and ethical and legal behaviour of councillors, local government employees and council advisors. I think we not only have the opportunity but the responsibility to repeal this council decision of 9th of November 2021 in regards to item 11.1, late item, reappointment of the Chief Executive Officer, to ensure transparency, accountability and integrity are maintained in this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, just a pause for a moment.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think it's proper to separate those as separate motions, because whatever vote you make is going to be a vote for in relation to confidentiality. If you decide negative in the first part, then you're going to decide negative in the confidentiality of the document. So I think they should be dealt with separately.
Question, does part 1 in that first sentence refer only to that paragraph?
It refers to the report, this report, yeah.
So,
if the councillors were to vote against.
sorry, I understand what you're raising. I understand what you're raising. So, just to Councillor Enright. Councillor West, before we proceed to respondent, I believe you were speaking predominantly in the context of what is part one. If we retrace, are you comfortable to deal with the, as you see the recommendation, part one of what's the recommendation there, as the motion?
So that we
at the
remove
moment?
point 2.
Yes.
The original motion is here, so the part 1 refers
Yes.
to just that part.
Yes.
So in this motion today, the words part 1
Refer to that.
just refer to that.
Correct. That's
Yes.
so correct. So to where I was at in, thank you for that clarification. That confirms what I understood as well. That we deal with the motion that we're dealing with at the moment excludes what is in the part 2 of the recommendation, and that be dealt with as a separate motion to ensure the management of the report.
I'm happy with that.
Comfortable with that?
Mayor?
As a seconder, comfortable with that? Councillor, you've spoken in context of that at this stage. Speaker against, I saw Councillor Swanborough, were you intending to speak against?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am wanting to speak against. I don't believe that there is any necessary change required. This has been going on for 6 months now. I believe that it's in the best interest of the council and in the best interest of the residents and ratepayers that we make this decision. It's been thought about for a long time now. The initial contract was unconditional. There was a review period. We were supposed to make this decision 6 months ago, and that was 6 months ago, and it's now dragged on an extra 6 months. But I think this is in the public interest, and I think that the residents and ratepayers of Scenic Rim will support a motion that we move forward as originally discussed and resolved.
Speaker 4, Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Because I mentioned before, I believe there was a matter back in November, a conflict of interest, which should have been declared, I believe, but was not. So that's why I believe we need to repeal this decision. It's very important that we show good governance in all our decisions that we are making, that we do adhere to the principles of local government.
Anyone else wishing to speak against? Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I'll speak against. We have been on this for many months. I think it hasn't done the credibility of council any good, sort of the way this is dragged out. I would imagine from some anecdotes, the staff morale, wouldn't have been helped through this process either, and our community certainly have lost a certain amount of faith in us by dragging this out the way we have. They're never easy decisions. I stand by the decision we made. I believe that I wouldn't have changed my mind regardless of the information that's now become apparent since that date. I can still hang my head high and stand tall, and I still would vote the same way, and I intend to stick by this resolution from the 9th of November.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak for? I will speak for the motion. I think councillors I do share some of Councillor McGuinness's concern about the reputation of council, but perhaps not for the same reasons. It's been concerning that really today's highlighted that a matter that was of concern when this was brought up hadn't been disclosed in a timely manner, and the reason that this came to light in November and has taken time to try to resolve is because there wasn't proper transparency. The process before us is not about not considering how to manage that employment agreement through proper process. It's actually about opening the avenue for council to return to proper consideration of it, bringing good governance, and the words that keep ringing in my ears that we've heard from training, certainly since 2020 with LGAQ, OIA, the department, and with lawyers, is err on the side of caution. That's the best way to serve the public interest, and not to brush over the cracks as we move forward. I believe the small further delay to properly allow the steps to have that considered would be beneficial to the whole reputation of council moving forward, and I support this motion as a step in that direction. Am I speaking against? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, I'll speak against the motion, Mr Mayor. As has been alluded, this has been dragged on. I believe that all the information is already out there. I don't believe I would have changed my vote, regardless of the information that's come to light. It all goes back to our primary role of ensuring we've got the best council officer, the best CEO for the position, and a democratic vote was taken. And I believe that we need to move on and do what's right for the whole of the Scenic Rim community. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak for? Anyone else wishing to speak additionally before I return to the mover? I'll return to the mover. Wish to speak further?
Thank you, Mayor. I will close. I think this motion provides the opportunity for us to show good governance, ethical and legal behaviour of councillors. I make no apologies of the delay that this has occurred, because it's about following due and proper process to ensure that good governance, ethical and legal behaviour of councillors, and proper processing in the public interests are maintained.
Thank you. Councillors, motion to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's defeated.
Better call a division, please, Mr Mayor.
Those in favour, Mayor, Division 3 and 4. Those against, Divisions 1, 2, 5 and 6. We move to the second recommendation we have before us. The GM's already introduced this previously, but I'll just read it again so that there's clarity. It is pursuant to clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM03.01PR.01, confidentiality be maintained and this report not be released to the public. Seek a mover. Councillor McConnell.
Can I move an amendment, Mr Mayor? Now or later?
Amendment to point 2.
No, point 2. We've already voted point 1.
Yeah. So an amendment to the, let's hear the terms of the amendment, Councillor.
That the letter that was basically the letter that was supposed to be sent on the 9th of November.
Sorry, Councillor, I don't think that's an amendment related to this motion.
So you have to keep with that. It's an addition to it.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not an addition to this report.
So when is the correct time to put point 3?
Sorry, it would be a separate motion.
It'd be a separate motion.
So,
yep.
So let's deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
So mover was Councillor McConnell, and then he threw in a question. I don't believe that's an appropriate motion to this amendment to this motion. I seek a seconder. Councillor West, you wish to speak?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pretty self-explanatory.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Well, carried unanimously. Now, with this item, Councillor McConnell, you wish to move an additional motion in relation to this item of business?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Along the lines that pursuant to the recommendation, or sorry, the resolution of the 9th of November that the Chief Executive Officer, hang on, I've got to bring it up. Move a motion that a direction that the council majority decision from the 9th of November 2021 be given to the CEO in accordance with his employment contract by close of business Friday 18th of February 2022.
I don't, well, Councillor,
I'm just trying to, that the council majority that the chief executive be
not available.
Given to the CEO in accordance with his employment contract. By close of business Friday, 18 February 2022. Hang on a second.
I'm not helping. You can make your own words.
It's fair just to not that part of the resolution, but just in consideration to what was previously discussed about council delegating the appropriate action, so that there is no. Who you're delegating?
Oh, okay.
It's the contract identifies.
No. The council majority decision from the 9th of November 2021 be given. Take out that the chief executive officer be given to the chief executive. So what you're saying is we need to delegate it to someone. But we didn't do that for the initial one.
Well, that's what was raised.
Okay.
So just, well, I'll wait until you've got it drafted and then I can talk to it.
To the extent that the council delegates to whoever.
To the mayor.
That.
Okay, so.
The mayor has a role obligation automatically. The mayor has a role. So can I just clarify from,
yeah,
it seems short-term memory, the clarification this morning, the mayor has some delegations by dint of the role to sign on behalf of council. Is that a correct understanding? Yeah. May I seek some clarity from the observers, legal observers on that?
Mr. Mayor, the Local Government Act empowers you to sign on behalf of the council.
Thank you.
Can I, if you permit me, I think that Councillor McConnell's resolution should be to the effect that council delegate to the mayor written notice of the majority decision. Delegate to the mayor the responsibility to give written notice of the council decision of 9 November 2021 to the CEO, etc., what you've got there. I think that's what you're trying to achieve, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Yes, it was.
My pleasure.
So, Councillor, I'm just going to ask for some minor flexibility because my agenda is absolutely full in the next 24 hours, not anticipating your urgency, just the leeway to be able to get this crafted and dealt with in the next...
Just a question to Steve, to
reasonable business days.
Tim.
No, I don't need to. I'm just asking until the beginning of next week is all. I'm just to have the time to properly consider it and present it in person, quite frankly.
If I can just ask the Acting Chief Executive Officer, who would actually write this for the Mayor? Would you draft it up and give it to the Mayor, or would the Mayor have to sit down by himself?
If the Mayor provides me with that direction, I can do that, subject to my availability, and I have a full calendar tomorrow. But
I'm just asking to deal with the practicalities, Councillor, to allow till the 3 business days or whatever, to allow for us to just deal with it and be able to deal with it in person, quite frankly, is the courtesy on...
Mr. Mayor, the decision that was taken 6 months ago, you advised the Chief Executive Officer immediately. You went out of the meeting to do that. Wouldn't it be more prudent just to do this in the same manner and delegate it to someone who's going to be available to give it to the perhaps to the acting CEO at the moment, or the
Councillor,
manager of sustainability?
But there's a motion before us. I'm just providing feedback on respect and seeking the recognition and indulgence that the 2 people most likely to be involved in this, I have already committed schedules on council business and asking for the reasonable thought of 3 business days. Well, it's Monday, it's Tuesday, it's Monday, Tuesday.
Happy to amend that to Monday the 21st, end of business, Monday the 21st.
I'll expect the same prompt from everyone else. Now I know the time frames. That's the standard 24-hour turnaround.
I understand some of the comments that are being made at the moment, but this decision was made on the 9th of November. Surely someone between now and then drafted up a letter, either both ways, and just didn't let it sit there for 5 months. So I'm happy with Monday the 21st of February 2022. Yeah, I'll just read it out. The new motion is that Council delegate to the Mayor the responsibility to give written notice of the Council decision made on 9 November 2021 in relation to item 11.1 to the Chief Executive Officer by close of business on Monday 21 February 2022.
Moved by Councillor McConnell, seconded. Councillor Chalk. Councillor Chalk, can you just turn so we can all see you at the table once in a while? Thank you. Okay, wish to speak, Councillor McConnell?
only to say this has dragged on for since 2.5 months now, and I think it's only right that the CEO be notified in writing so that he can proceed with what he has to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? I will support it. Now I'm there. Those against? Motion's carried.
Division, please, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, divisions 1, 2, 5 and 6 in favour, against divisions 3 and 4. Councillors, I'd suggest there's another motion that we need in relation to this matter in light of today's decision, and that goes to the seeking guidance from the acting CEO, but the accommodation that was put in place to extend to allow for the considerations of council has lapsed, and I believe there needs to be a latitude provided to continue to maintain the CEO effectively whole in the context of what we previously had agreed, so that he's not affected by our process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You
Yeah.
speak.
So in terms of meeting the timeframes within the CEO's existing contract, in terms of providing him with appropriate notice, there may be a consideration by council to further extend his existing contract by a period that allows him the notice as per the terms of his contract.
Mr. Mayor, I'll suggest something a little bit differently. I think that's a torturous process you're suggesting for the CEO. I'd like to suggest that we offer him 3 months' salary to leave 3 months early.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor, you're out of order discussing that in open. You're totally out of order. Discussing specific matters like that should have been done in closed. Councillor, your discussion of the CEO's contract.
I forgot we were.
Yeah, well, yeah. Councillor, I can't help that. You're out of order, and I need you to apologise.
I do apologise. I was thinking we're enclosed.
So what we can do is maintain without discussing the details of it, maintain wholeness in the context of the contract, the details of the contract, which is the facilitation we've done previously, and without breaking confidentiality, the contract then has other provisions for how that plays out. So I was hoping whilst that was there were some words that we had the previous time that I was seeking someone might be searching out. October. I think was when council passed the motion to extend the 3 years. So. Hold on. Councillor McInnes, Councillor Swanborough, can you turn your microphone off, thanks?
Mayor, and as you rightly pointed out, Councillor Swanborough, the discussion on the CEO's contract is done in closed, and I think it would be a better idea if we did talk about this in closed session, the whole thing regarding the...
Happy to, Councillor.
Whether that's today or another day, but I'm happy to do it now. Get me out of... I'm happy to accept a motion to return into closed. Councillor McConnell. Seconded Councillor Chalk. Those in favour?
We return into closed. Okay.
Testing. You watch me stuff it up when we're in live.
You already did.
I did. I never.
You said the 22nd, you put a second and a third on your end.
Back on. Apologies to the gallery. We resumed and have discovered that the sound system wasn't keeping pace with us. What occurred, I will, rather than try to prosecute, I will read out that what occurred, we, subject to a motion by Councillor McConnell, seconded Councillor Chalk, and carried unanimously at 4:29, following discussion in closed session, Council resumed in open session for the proposal of resolutions. And I'm now going to ask the acting CEO to read the recommendation that we're about to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a practice run, so I'm going to be very good at this. Very excellent. The recommendation, the motion on the table is that 1, in accordance with clause 25 of the employment agreement between Council and the Chief Executive Officer, signed by the Chief Executive Officer on 23rd of February 2018, Council seeks the Chief Executive Officer's written agreement to vary A, Clause 3 of the employment agreement by deleting the date 18 June 2022 and replacing it with the date 22 August 2022. B, Clause 6 of the employment agreement by 1, in Clause 6.1, deleting the date 18 June 2022 and replacing it with the date 22 August 2022. And 2, in Clause 6.2, deleting the date 18 June 2022 and replacing it with the date 22 August 2022. 2, Council delegate to the Mayor the power to seek and obtain the Chief Executive Officer's written agreement in relation to the intended variations to Clauses 3 and 6 of the Employment Agreement. And 3, under Clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM03.01PR.01, confidentiality is maintained and this report is not released to the public.
Seeker mover. Thank you, Councillor Enright. Any questions? Further discussion? Seeker seconder. Councillor McConnell. Speak further, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is an appropriate and respectful way to provide the CEO with the requirements in his contract and to give him that additional time as may be required.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Brings us to the close of the business of the special meeting today. Bid you good afternoon.